Microphone check 1, 2. Hey everybody, how's it going tonight? Biff back with you again. Get these headphones off. Turn that off. Okay. How's it going, everybody? Back with you again tonight for our season 2 review and see where we wound up in the table for promotion, playoffs, whatever the case might be. Just jumping into is there any deal to kind of check out what's going on over there. Real quick, kind of the same thing. It's is there any deal? Yeah, there are deals. But nothing that I'm interested in right now. Nothing that's really grabbing my attention. Saying, buy me now. Because I'm a great price. Great game at a great price. So we'll skip through that with Steam. And we'll see what's on Steam with our desktop camera. I think we already saw these. We looked at these. Seen that. Let's look at, I can tell right away, Discovery Queue. That's going to be an ignore. Gosh. Pip my dice. Yeah, I think I'm going to ignore that one too. Miami Hotel Simulator. Yeah, I'm not interested in that one. Persona 4 Revival. No. 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 You think that Steam the game would kind of be getting an idea that I'm not really into like visual novels and manga and that stuff, and it just would stop showing me that. Some using puzzle game by elements of chess, puzzles, and stock trading. PC Building Empire. Yeah, I might wait for it to see somebody else stream this, and it's $6. It seems like it's maybe kind of a cash grab. Cookie Clicker Nostalgia. It's a clicker game. Idler. Simulator Strategies and Pigeons. Okay, let's ignore that one. Blacksmith Shop Simulator. Immersive, huh? $3, an immersive $3 game. That was underwhelming, to say the least. Underwhelming. Well, let's go in and see. I'm going and look at why we're all here tonight. Water. All right. Here we go. All right. We won the league. And that means we automatically get promoted to the next higher league, which is the Vanarama National League. Let's see, leagues in focus. They don't have. So it looks like Vanarama National League, Boreham Wood, Solihull Moors, York, and Gateshead are in the playoffs. But let's see how the league finished up there. Bromley won the league. Where did Yeovil 18th? So Jarvis wound up being their starter. He only got 8 goals. They're playing him in a 4-4-2. We played him in a 4-3-3 last year with him as the advanced forward. He got 34 goals for us. He was the best player in the league. But he wanted too much money, so we sold him for $17,000 to Yeovil. We got him on a free, so we made $17,000 on the deal. But they wound up 18th. So I wonder where his form dropped off. Oh, he's not in he's in a 4-2-3-1. I thought it was a 4-4-2. What am I looking at? And then what was his position though? Target forward. He's reached 4 out of 5 stars. Oh, this is what? This is under 18s. I wonder if I'm going to be able to get 2 squads out of this year to try to Oop, I got to hold shift down. 33 to try to create 2 teams. So right now we'd be about 16 on each team. So we need to get some more in. I already did this. I already praised everybody for their hard work. Did I? I did not. No, maybe because I don't praise Marshall because he gets mad at me. If I say you're doing a good job, he gets mad. Oh, I didn't. So let's get everybody. Hanson, we did. Marshall, no. Will Dawes, we did. Austin Booth, we did. I'm looking up here because it'll show up there if you can praise them. We'll praise him. Great job in training. Thank you for your hard work. He is a, I need to find out about signing some of these guys that we brought in. Let's see. Squad planner. So Austin Booth right now is only, I think this is 4. This is not our best 11. It's just not. I don't know why it's you know why? Because we have it set for the under 18s only. So we have Loney, and then 2 other loans. So it would be nice if, for example, his contract expires in about 2 months. His contract with Aldershot expires in a few months. 30 appearances, 7 goals, 7. So he had 14 goal involvements. He was a 7.09. So we're just going to hit continue. You can see here how we ended up the season. What did I figure yesterday? Our last 20 games, we were 15 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses in the last 20 games, the last 3.5 months of the season. 45 points. So they were kind of, hey, Koala. We're kind of towards the beginning of the season, I think. Let me see how we did this yesterday. Look at past positions for us. And then also like for Wildstone. So where did we play each other? Does it intersect down here where we played each other? There should be an intersection, right? No, that's just our form. Matches and results. League history. Skybet League 1 is as high as I got in 2004. I probably started following them about here, Skybet League 2. Yeah, we finished 6th last year. We finished 1st this year. Our reputation did go up a little bit. So now I have Booth in midfield. He's playing anchor. Yeah, he is only 2 stars, huh? My thinking is, I'm not sure if this is all the money that the board is going to give me, but this is transfer budget is twice as much as what we had last year. Payroll is twice as much as what we had last year. So I'm thinking we're going to be just letting go a bunch of players eventually. Like anybody under 3 stars, except if, based on what their potential is. Like Finley Krask, 2.5 stars. He's pretty much maxed out his potential. Martin still has room to grow. Stobbs is gone, already listed. I think we're going to, if we haven't listed already, we're going to list Ryan Hansen, Austin Booth, Dylan De Silva, Halstead, and Hall. And try to find basically players off of our like Aaron Scott here. Right now, he's 3.5 stars. He is 18 years old. Advanced playmaker is his best position. And he's very good rating for the senior team. Excellent rating for the senior team. So he's just developed into this year. I mean, he's gone from like 2 stars. He's gained like 1.5 stars this year. So we definitely want to develop him. Maybe. So I don't know why when I click on this, why this isn't highlighting over here. Oh, here we go. Training. That's where it shows up. Also playing the midfield, but this is where he's training. I don't know why it wouldn't show it over here when you click on here. Why wouldn't these highlight? I don't know why. Anybody know why? Maybe Google it. Yeah, so I don't know why when you do this, It doesn't highlight there. Here we go. I don't know how that got unchecked. So I don't know why, though, these would both be the same. But you know what? Oh, because anyways. So for Playmaker, probably we'd have to work on all three of these things. But it says he does have very good ability for the senior team. But anyways, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we're going to be getting rid of some players, bringing new players in, of course. Let's just go through some of this stuff. Fulham Man City in the FA Cup. Man City wins. Oh, that's Man United, I think. Torquay's total of 28 matches won in a season is a new team record. Squad planning for next season. The current season squad planner is due to be updated for next season in preparation for the new campaign. To keep any of the current plans, please ensure they are copied over to prevent losing any changes made. Okay, Corby Gilroy is the strongest young player that we have. Why isn't he in there then? I don't know where Jason Williams came from. Oh, he's a trialist, right? He's joining us. Oh, maybe he's contracted to another team. Yeah, he is contracted to Southampton. That's right. We signed him to a youth contract. Prevents current season players to update the season rep campaign to keep any of the current plans. Please ensure they are copied over to prevent losing any changes made. I haven't made any current ones. Ben Lynch has not been with us since we just put him on but I don't know how to get rid of him. Let's see, we have ads starting in 5 minutes. So I guess I can come back to this. Attached analysis of the team's performance in our recent match against Bath City, which we won 5-1. So in the last 2 games of the season, we outscored our opponents 8-2. And we just totally dominated the game here. created much better chances than they did. We out-XE'd them by five times more XG than them. We completed 445 passes. They did not complete as many, about half of what we did. We scored inside the penalty area. That's why I tell the guys to take their shots from inside the penalty area. Dan Harrington is today turned professional. Test report highlighted changes the club's supporter profile ahead of the new season. Hardcore fans, we have 12%. Core fans, the average soccer fan, 34%. That's down. Family, so that's up. Fair weather fans, only 12%. Corporate, 1%. Casual, 18%. Supporters, influence on the board, moderate. We gained 1.3K social media followers. Season ticket holders, 1,000. Season ticket waiting list, 0. Be competitive against Exeter if we play them. Make the most of set pieces. Play high-tempo pressing soccer. Play attacking soccer. Play entertaining soccer. I compiled my seasonal data analysis report regarding Torquay's performance. And then this is for what? Our last 5 matches? Analysis of our attacking and defensive performance indicates that we are incredible defensively and just as good in attack. We are an incredibly hard team to score against and should walk over most teams in attack. Walk over. Well, that's just the last match, right? Okay, regressive and clinical shooting. Shots per game, 15.5? Conversion rate, about the same, 15. Okay. Defensive numbers, quiet defense, but leaky. We were over here last year, quiet and penetrable. But some games we gave up a few goals this year. Hey, Jer, how's it going? Let's see. Possession. We frequently win the ball and we're loose in possession. That's where we were last year. Same thing. Set piece numbers, high number of set piece goals, low number of set piece goals conceded. We had 27, 28 set piece goals. We conceded 10. Club vision and expectation. Just doing our season review for the 2024-2025 season. Or like to discuss the club's long-term vision and outline our initial expectations both for the remainder of the season and the years ahead. Make the most of set pieces. Yep. Play high-tempo pressing soccer. Yep. Play attacking, play entertaining. Work within the payroll budget. Grow the club's reputation. It'd be nice if it told you here. If it tells you somewhere where you can see. So it looks like ads started. Grow the club's reputation. Maximum 1-year contracts for players over the age of 33. Avoid relegation from the Vanarama National. Wow. That could be tough. Squad dynamics. Asa Hall is retiring. Marshall, McGavin, Martin, and Lewis are all staying. Halstead's leaving. Krask is going to be leaving. And then that's it. I think now would be a good time to let the players know what you plan to achieve for next season. That would be work within the payroll budget, avoid relegation. That's all the board wants. So I think I'll wait till the ads are over. New season team report. Aiden Rutledge, 24 goals, made him second in the competition. He's at 4.5 stars. We got him for another year. Glover, he's a loanee. Duru is a loanee. How many injuries did we have? Dylan DeSilva has been sidelined the most, having missed over half the season due to injury. At the other end of the scale, Ryan Hansen has been almost injury-free, missing just a few days of action. Torquay squad have now gone on vacation until preseason begins. Players will report back for training on Monday, June 23rd, 2025. That's it. Just avoid relegation. So, club ownership. Does it tell me who owns the club? Oh, the reputation's down. Okay, we're back. I just noticing that the reputation's down. I don't know why. We won the league. We got promoted. Anyway, so we need to do end of season team meeting. The only thing the board is telling us is avoid relegation from the Vanarama National. So that's what we're going to tell the players. That's what we expect from next year. Thank you for all coming. I wanted to take some time to gather our thoughts at the end of a long season. I'd like to talk about our Vanarama National aims for next season. I'd like to focus on the progress being made towards fulfilling the club vision objectives. I'd now like to discuss some promises I'm willing to make for next season. I promise that some of you will not be here next season. Jack Stobbs, I'm looking at you. I have nothing else to talk about, so thank you. just click on that one, right? That's all. I just wanted to say, let's talk about this. Okay. Going into next season, I think we're in a good position to avoid a relegation battle. I'm so happy with our season. Promotion was fully deserved. You'll all be given the chance to step up a level when we come back for our preseason. Enjoy your breaks. So happy with our season. Promotion was fully deserved. The hard work is only just beginning, though. We want to consolidate at the next level, and that will mean a few new signings coming in to strengthen the squad when preseason gets underway. So they want us to avoid relegation. Going in next season, I think we're in a good position to avoid a relegation battle. I'm looking ahead to next season, and I'm confident we can avoid relegation. It's one of these two, because these two talk about relegation. To avoid a relegation battle or to avoid relegation? I'm confident we can avoid relegation, or in a good position to avoid a relegation battle. Two different things. Because this could mean going into next season, I think we're in a good position to avoid a relegation battle. Relegation battle means if 3 teams are relegated at the end of the season, they go down to the next lower league. A battle means that you're fighting for that, that next position above the 3 that are going down. You're fighting for that position to avoid being relegated. If you're at the very bottom with 0 points, there's no relegation battle. You're just going to get relegated. Okay, they're on board. We can stay up. It's like, here you go, boys. We can stay up. I want to outline some promises I'm willing to make this season. I have nothing else to talk about. I'd like to focus on the progress being made towards fulfilling the club vision objectives. I'm very happy with the end of this meeting right here. I have nothing else to talk about. Everybody leaves except for Stobbs and Kurichanis. Those are the 2 that were fighting for playing time this year. And Kurichanis won out. Stobbs is on the transfer list, but Kurichanis kind of took a hit. I'm slightly disappointed to say that the majority of the players have been left unaffected with what you've said, so the squad hasn't seen much shift in its mood. Well, you know why? Because look at their morale. Their morale is sky high because we just won the league. Look at, and we got promoted to the next higher league. Their morale is all sky high anyways. This conversation appears to have slightly positive effect on some of the players. You can't have a positive effect on somebody who's at 100% morale. You cannot. There's nowhere to go. Hey, Hideaway, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. Anybody who's in the channel, I'd appreciate when you come in, I'd appreciate a follow. If you like the content, we're just doing FM 24. I will call myself a first-time player because I've never gotten more than like a half a dozen games into a season, maybe, in any save that I've done. And so I've actually completed 2 seasons of this save. And we started out as Torquay in the Vanarama National League South. We started there last year with a 10-point deduction because our board and the management went into administration, so we had a 10-point deduction. So we started off the season last year with negative 10 points. Everybody else, of course, starts out on 0. We started at negative 10. We wound up with 80 points, meaning we won 90 points, and we wound up in 6th place in the playoffs, lost in the first round. So this year, since the way it works, since the way the table works, the team in first place at the end of the season gets automatically promoted to the Vanarama National League, and then the next 6 teams down to 7th place, they go into the playoffs. We got automatically promoted. We won the league last night. So pretty happy about that. We don't have to go through the playoffs. Matt Gray, fired by Dartford. So I want to look at the schedule. We'll look at the calendar. Transfer window opens. That's on, what date is this? April. So transfer window opens on May 1, 2, 3, 4. Transfer window closes. Transfer window opens. So actually what I need to do is I need to sign players. We're going into the Vanarama, and I'm not sure when that actually happens. It probably happens after the playoffs are played. Okay, we're going into the Vanarama National League. Match squad must have no more than 5 lone players. I played with as many as 4 last year. Extra time is played if scores are level. Penalty shootout scores are still level. 3 subs plus 1 during extra time can be used from a maximum of 5 named. That's in the playoffs, it looks like. General competition rules. No trialists are allowed to play in matches. Cannot 2 clubs. Disciplinary rules. Transfer window. Under 24 players must be offered similar terms before the 3rd Saturday in May, or 4 days after their last match in the regular season, whichever comes later. Otherwise, no compensation will be due if they sign for other clubs. So our last match for our under 18s, well, let's see. Under 24s. This Collins. So Collins has, he's in a current contract. These guys are all on loan. Barnes is on a contract. These guys are all under contract. These guys are on loan. They're all on contract except for Collins. His contract ends this year. So we definitely want to renew him. He's 4 stars potential. I just wonder what kind of contract he's going to want. He's on 1,900 per week this year. He only had 9 goals in 37 appearances. 9 goals, 8 assists. So why doesn't he show up on here? I don't get this. Is it because did we make a contract offer to him? Or did we ask I think we might have made a contract offer for him. So when was this? 3 days ago. So I think we were talking to deal to join the club, clean bill of health. So I think now he's deciding $900 a week as a squad player. So I wonder if we can let let's see, why doesn't Colin show up on here? That is weird. I don't get it. He is right there. But he's not showing up in the squad planner. I don't understand that. It's always something with this game. I mean, Collins is, he's 3 stars now, 4-star potential. He's 23 years old. He's making a lot of money though. $2,000 a week. So our facilities have been downgraded. That can't be good. Our reputation, our training facility still says 2 stars. That's what it said a few minutes ago when I was over here. We do not have a lot of money in the bank. That is concerning. See, these type of teams, they rely on deep cup runs. Now, I'm just wondering too, is there prize money for is there prize money for Liverpool versus Man City? 4-2. on penalties. Yeah, we have no training schedule. You guys are very familiar. I do want to start training a new tactic, though. And that would be a 4-2-3-1. Gegenpress 4-2-3-1. So our guys are already used to the high press. We played this most of the year, counter press and press. And this one, what do we want to do on this one? Dawes is over here. Martin Taylor Sinclair Doers here. Actually, Rowe was in here for most of the season. Our midfield was Mandy here, McGavin here, and then we would have Krask usually come in. Here. So you can see we're very familiar with this. Krask wasn't that, though. He was, I think he played box-to-box midfielder support. Yeah. And for some reason, Martin, even though he played over here all season, still not, he's still not accomplished in that role. The same with Taylor Sinclair. Now, Taylor Sinclair, since he can play left back, he did sometimes, if Martin had to come out, I would sometimes send him over here, bring Mandy down here. But he also, position, role, duty is only accomplished, not fluid. So I don't know about that. Okay, Willard, Glover, Mandy, Duru, all loans. They're all going to be leaving, so I have to replace them. Now, Krask will probably be coming back here. Who's going to go into midfield? Collins will be coming up here for Willard. This went down a little bit. Dawes will be replacing Glover. Went up a little bit. And then in the midfield, Mandy's leaving. I think Scott. I think Scott has to play there because that's what it might look like. Hansen might be leaving though. There's a little bit with Booth there. Mm-hmm. And then cautious 4-3-3 defensive midfielder wide direct counter attack. Hey Veggie, what's going on? So I think we're gonna stick with this. This is one we know really well. But I would put McGavin here and Booth back here for now. Scott. What do we have him? Advanced playmaker. Where does he fit in here? Booth plays an anchor. I don't know why he's played anchor there this year. I don't know why he wouldn't fit in there. But we might as well, if the role is for you to play a ball-winning midfielder, then I guess we'll have you play a ball-winning midfielder. So I don't know if we maybe need to retrain you for that. So we'll see how that goes. So let's see. See if we can train him up to do some extra training for him wing back attack. They're going on vacation for a month, so it really doesn't matter. 2 months, actually. They're already on vacation. Okay, weekly staff meeting. Not yielded results. Yeah. Want to improve contract makes sense for all of us to open one of their best players. He's contract. It's good for another year. Remind me in a week. Yeah, Booth is. Put him on the I'll put him on the transfer list. I don't want you guys messing that up. Training he's taken. He's improving every day, but he's still reached his max potential according to the scouts. More playing time has really helped him get progressed to his new level. Again, he's maxed out also. But he might get player of the year. He might get player of the year in the strong backing from the team. Has improved the extent he should be seen as Vanderham, a national level attacking midfielder. Sounds good to me. Showing potential to play Vanderham north-south level now. Who's that? Danny Rhodes. Okay. Neil Collins' lack of progress over the last 6 months, now he feels is showing potential to be a Vanderham himself. Having hinted at the potential to be a Vanderham national standard player. The way he's been developing, it looks like he'd become a key player for us, considering better than Kobe Rowe. Greece's opinion that Dan King has the potential to become a quality player for this club. Okay. Hiring Austin for the medical team because he's capable sports scientist. 8. Australia's ready to hire Hal Archibald for the medical team. She's a capable sports scientist. Well, how many sports scientists do we need? How many will the board let us have? Because the board will only let us have so many. Um, we already have a sports scientist who is Tommy, and Tommy is a 5. So we'd have to fire Tommy to bring one of them on. He's an 11, head of sports science. I mean, we could look at bringing one of them on. She is 7. He is a 8. So we'd probably bring him on, but we'd have to get rid of the other guy. We'd have to pay him in compensation. No, I don't think so. So we're almost at the end of the season for the under 18s. We've got 1, 2, 3. They're in the playoffs, I guess. They're away. Under 18 Division 3 Southwest. Match squad cannot have any players over the age of 19. Torquay players named in Vanderham National League South Team of the Week. Krask, Rowe, and Taylor Sinclair. Wow, 3 of them. Targets and promises. He is on the trading block. Currently, we are not currently willing to listen to consider this due to the club's present financial situation. We need a tycoon. Vanderham and National League South Torquay United are believed to be a subject of takeover bid, according to a report from ITV Sport. Torquay United's chairperson, Clark Osborne, is looking to sell the club, and a local investor could be in line to take over in the near future. I didn't know he was the owner of the club. Maybe I should look at the staff more closely, huh? He's the chairperson. Does that mean that he's the owner? I guess. Chippenham Tunbridge. So this is one of the playoff games. Tunbridge won 1-0. Scouting update. Okay. Jack Payne. How old is Jack? Jack is 30. Invite him in for trials, I guess, right? You can invite trialists in anytime. Sure. You're all free agents. Come on in. Let's see what you can do. Set to go on trial. Set to go on trial. Okay, on trial. He's 29. He is 21. Very good rating. He's a central defender, which we could use. He is a left wing back. These guys are all really good. Star player in his prime years. Important player could still improve. Regular starter who could still improve. At what? Central defender? 23. Defensive midfielder. He is what, 25? No, it really just depends on how much money they want, you know? It really depends on how much money they want. Now, I am encouraged that at least they've come in to go on trial, you know? Josh Murphy. Josh Murphy's like he's like a championship level player, I think. Joe Rose, 22-year-old goalkeeper. Skybet League 2 player. Skybet League 2. Skybet League 2. Skybet League 1 player. Skybet League 2 player. You can play attacking midfield, left or center. Sweeney on trial. 30 years old. Unlikely to improve. The chairperson of Vanarama National League South team Torquay United, Clark Osborne, could step down sooner rather than later, according to 23. It is rumored that Osborne is looking to relinquish control of the club, allowing another member of the board to take his place. Okay. All right. So Farnborough and Hampton Richmond, they are part of the whole playoff thing. Farnborough won 1-0. Bradbury. What's his name? Harrison Bradbury, something like that. So the semifinal is Wealdstone versus Farnborough and Southend versus Tonbridge. Mo Salah, a former Chelsea player that Jose Mourinho just couldn't get him to stay. Clark Osborne has decided to retire from hands-on roles in soccer and will only pursue part-time roles going forward. Osborne is currently Torquay's chairperson. Post he's held since March 2017. Vanarama National League's team has now begun the process of appointing a new chairperson, according to Sky Sports. The favorite for the job appears to be director Chris Jones, who would face the daunting task of trying to clear the club's debts. Torquay under-18s suffered defeat against Swindon under-18s. That's too bad. I watched Torquay United under-18s suffer defeat against Swindon Town under-18s. But Lee Ji-hoon's performance of particular interest. The Torquay central midfielder looked comfortable on the ball and showed a couple of nice touches. Jules Zola did nothing wrong overall, and although he didn't stand out, I remain confident about his idea of promoting him to the Torquay first team squad in the near future. Torquay under 18s have lost 3 of their last 5 league away games. Rumored to be going badly, according to Sky Sports. Talks between Torquay difficulties over the valuation of the club. Oh, that's up here, right? Where's the valuation? Might be in the finances thing. You got 275,000 in the bank. Estimated value 2.6 with only 28,000 loan debt. Or is that loan debt like this week or something, or this month? Last season we expended 3,356,000. 470, $500,000 of that was tax. So you're talking about like 15, 16% tax rate. Corporate tax, VAT, 356,000. Other, 43,000. Non-soccer costs. Mm-hmm. Debts and loans. Net debt, 0. Transfer debt, 0. Overall, 1.6 million. Remaining, 28,500. So the debt's going to be paid off in 2 months. Remaining. So looks like total. So 2 months, 2 months, 2 months. So a total of what, 30, 40, about 60? Close to 60? 27, 28? Yeah, about 56, 57,000. Torquay hit with a tax bill. Okay, well, handle it, Clark. That's your side of the job. My side of the job is getting us into the, getting us promoted, which I did. You only expected me to get into the playoffs. I got us promoted. Okay, sponsorships, 188,000, up 55,000 over last year. You're welcome. Broadcast revenues are down. Well, they'll be up next year. Corporate hospitality, down. Competition prize money, down. I agree. We didn't make it into the FA Cup proper. Match day commercial retail, 500,000. Oh, this is up what? 10,000 over last year. This one is up. Our sponsorship's up over last season, 130,000. We're down by what? 1,000 on broadcast revenue, 1,000 only. We're down 10,000 on corporate hospitality. We're down 160,000 though on competition prize money. Following the club's promotion to Vanarama National from the Vanarama South, ticket prices have increased. I have attached the new figures below. 15% increase from 25 to 29. Average season ticket price from $412 to $473. Projected yearly earnings up about $500,000. Okay. New scouting budget. You have been allocated a new scouting budget of $45,000 for the upcoming season. The board have indicated that they won't allow the scouting of any nations. The scouting budget will be used to pay for senior, youth packages, and any individual scouting trips outside of your permitted scouting range. You are also able to choose how frequently you want to receive email recommendations. Oh, let's see. Scouting budget, scouting centers where you receive recommendation reports from players. You currently have recommendations to review. Scouting range determines how far and wide our recruitment team can look for players, which is also more players available for recommendation through a recruitment focus. Scouting range right now is 0. We could change that to Vanarama North South. If you gave us a little bit more money, we could change it to surrounding divisions, including our own division. But for right now, I guess we'll have to settle for this. About $2,000 a month, which we will happily do. Well, maybe though, well, yeah, heading into the season, we probably want to start our scouting now. So Wheelstone's got to be the favorite. Tonbridge has got to be the favorite. Why? Because these guys just played a couple of days ago, right? So they just played like 3-4 days ago. And both Wheelstone and Southend have had time off. Wheelstone wins, Southend wins. So now these two, do these two come up also then? I'm not sure. Roots plays host a memorable match. Tonbridge's 3-2 defeat against Southend. Perhaps the biggest talking point from the game was a glaring error by Southend's Levi Lang. Got ads starting up again in about 5 minutes. Player of the week. Training schedule for the upcoming weeks. Not really much there at all. Okay, so what's the schedule look like? Do they still have any games? Or did they get eliminated from the playoffs? They still have games scheduled here. May 10th. Weekly staff meeting. Takeover collapses. There goes the whole idea of getting a couple of rich Hollywood types in here to buy the club, huh? And give us a couple $1 million. Torquay investor Chris Jones has ended his interest in taking over Torquay United, according to 442. Jones had been in talks with the Gulls, but his proposal has been rejected by the Torquay chairperson Clark Osborne. With the talks having been close to breakdown in recent days, the collapse of the takeover would not really have come to as any great surprise. I want to thank you for your patience during what has undoubtedly been a stressful time for everyone involved with the club. Jones is disappointed not to have completed the takeover, but is happy to continue in his role on the board. So what's going to happen to the club? Because you're leaving, right? You already announced your retirement. I would recommend individual strength training for Austin Booth in order to work on his strength and jumping is a currently slight weakness in his game. Do it. Christos Kourichanis shouldn't be our penalty taker. He's just about the worst choice we could make. Remove as a taker. Well, here's the thing. You can set up a list of like 11 penalty takers, and he's one of the guys that shows up in the list who's worse than others, but better than others also. I feel Daniel Martin's game would improve if he encouraged to stick to the left side of the pitch when dribbling, as he possesses a strong left foot and can make full use of it if asked to play in this manner. I think we're going to skip that because I like what he does now. I think Will Dawsby considering ask for an improved contract in the near future. Would recommend you begin negotiations with us. He's one of our best players. Sure, I'll schedule after the meeting. The individual training plan of Dave Barnes worked out a real treat, and he's coming along tremendously. Remind me in a week. Kobe Rose has been at the club a long time now. Recently stepped up to become a highly influential player. Kobe Rowe's game has fallen off somewhat over the last 6 months, whereas he was once a leading Vanarama National central defender. Right now, he's probably a decent Vanarama National player. He's gone from being a defender to a player, but both in the Vanarama National. He kind of confusing me on that one, Aaron. Bobby Evans has been developing really well lately and looks like he could end up being even better player than Jack Stobbs. I hope so, because Stobbs is gone. We currently do not have an under 21 sports scientist. We should give strong consideration to hiring Natalie Bubb for the medical team because she is capable sports scientist. She is a 9. Sure. Dwayne Allen should go on Continental Pro course to improve his individual development. Send on a coaching course. Yeah, the board will get back to you on that one. We're going to offer him a contract. Okay. I guess. Can't you let me decide that? I'd be guaranteed it, huh? What do you currently make, Dawes? I should have just looked at. I should have just clicked on him over there. Dawes, you're currently under contract with me for $600 per week. And you are what? What's your thing that we've agreed with you on? You are a fringe player. You could still improve. Really? He could still improve? Close to full potential. I don't know if I want to pay that much for a player that's close to his full potential. You do train really well all the time. You've got a great attitude. Appearance fee 100, assist bonus 75, unused substitute fee. Winning the FA trophy, yeah, that'd be nice, huh? Remaining loyalty bonus 450. So you're doing $100, $75, and $175 and 20. But you're only making $600 per week. And what does our finance people say? They say that to be an important player, highest basic wage is $1,200. Average team wage is $850. So how much money did you want again? Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do that, Will. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to pay you. I'll pay you 150 per goal. Say 1.3. You're really stuck on that 300, aren't you? Really stuck on that. So we're paying him about a little bit more than what the average is, their highest. Why do you ask? Because he is um, average 7.18 this year with 21 goal contributions, 8 players of the match. So he is one of our best players. At least I got that thing out of there for his at least I got that thing out of there for his that he wanted to play in that specific role. All right, let's see. He is getting called up to Nigeria under 20s May 17th. He's on vacation for 2 months and his loan is ending. His loan is ending in July, so probably he's going to come back to the club for a week and then get recalled from his loan. Dwayne's going to study for a coaching qualification. Torquay chairperson, a local investor. Okay. I've seen this I've seen this news article before. Rumors of a takeover of Vanarama National League South team Torquay United are circling, with one or more interested groups believed to be preparing offers. A club source indicated that while no formal bids have been made, Clark Osborne would be willing to entertain the proposition. They better not come in and reduce my transfer budget and my payroll budget. Dan Kemp is 26. Sweeney is 20. Central defender, and he's defensive midfield. So he's kind of maxed out his Kemp. We just signed Dawes over here, who's a 3-star. Dawes, I think, is 24. Louis Molden, better than Well, could be better than our. He would definitely be better than Ted Can. He's only 22. He's a sweeper keeper, better than Ted Can. Possible 5-star. Josh Murphy. Jack Payne. Advanced playmaker. Can he play in the center? He can. That would help us in our gegenpress. What's his stamina like? 12. First touch 11. Long shot 11. Pretty good acceleration and agility. Not real fast. Got a lot of stamina though. I don't know if maybe I'm just looking at signing these guys like too early. If I should be looking to sign them this early. $30 old. He could help us for a year or two. See, basically all these guys are better than our guys. Dawes. Wingback. So he can play all up and down the left side. He's on the right wing. He's better than, he's 28. He's better than Lewis Collins. Although Collins could turn out to be better than him. Ball winning midfielder. We've got Scott there, McGavin. He's as good as McGavin, so we don't need this guy. Because Krask can play in there also. Although Krask might not be here next year. Yeah, Mandy, Glover, Willard, and Duru are all going to be gone. You recommend offering him a contract. You recommend offering everybody a contract. This guy's only 2.5 stars. Better than Austin Booth as a central defender, but better left back than Daniel Martin. But he is 29. He is a central defender who's better than all of our other central defenders. 3.5 stars, potential 4.5 stars. Okay, played for Arsenal. No, he has not played. Did not play for Arsenal. He played for Hartlepool, Skybet League 2. I think I'd like to have another. He's got a high aggression though. It's gonna be. Have to tone down his. We'd have to make that a regular thing for him because we're more of a finesse team. We're not like an aggressive team. So we would have to give him a instruction to tackle easier. Potential Skybet League 2 standard. So if we signed him and he played for us this year, then doesn't look like it's a big issue though. He can play in central defense too, but he's a wingback. He's just central defense. That's it. I'd rather have somebody who's more he can play wingback, he can play defender, he can play prefers to be on the left. Well, that's not going to work out because Taylor Sinclair also prefers to be on the left. Even though it doesn't say it here, he wants to be on the left. That could be a problem. I'm going to get up real quick and take a quick break. And so I'll be back in a couple minutes. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hey everybody, I'm back. Thanks for the break. Let's go back in. I'm just wondering, if I should really be looking at signing players right now like this. If I just put them on my or if I just put them on my short list. Sky Bet League 2 player, which is where we'd be going if we go up next year. Be nice if you could see like a contract history. So he worked his way up to Sky Bet League 1. Three goals last year. No, he didn't make any appearances for them. What's the I think defenders. So I have a list here of the tips. This is from FM23. This is a list of the tips in a text format of all the tips that they show you at the beginning of the game, when the game is loading. And I know there's one in here about ages. So let's see if we can find Control F age. And it's pulling up manager. manager. And page. And damage and wage. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Defenders will generally peak and enjoy their best football between the ages of 27 and 32. And this guy is 31. He just turned 31. Okay, about a month, just a few days ago, just turned 31. Okay. But I'm just wondering, should I put him on a short list? I'm just kind of curious as to what he would want. He wants to be a star player. No, I'd make you a squad player. Well, at this point, I could make you a regular starter. I'm not making you a star player. Dude, you're 31 years old. Okay? You're past your prime, Danny. You're swinging for the fences, but you're past your prime. Three and a half stars. I don't even know what your best position is. I mean, you're a little bit better than three of my three best center backs. You're a little bit better than them. I'm not going to make you a star player, dude. You didn't even play last year. Yeah, see, he wants to be a star player too. Make you a regular starter. No. That's what's going to happen with all these guys. All of them. They're all like, I'm the best player on the planet. I did offer him a contract. He wants too much money. MK Dons. He played 5 games at League One, 5 years ago? 8 games, like 4 years ago. Premier League, did not play at all in the Premier League. Scored 5 goals in League Two for Leyton Orient in 24 appearances. Yeah, compare with Will Dawes. Dawes is better. He's got better mental, got better technical. Dawes is faster. Well, for a wingback, he's terrible in the air. And I've seen Dawes. I don't know how many headers Dawes scored this year, but he has scored some headers at 6'1". And Dawes is under contract for another year. He's only 24 years old. Doesn't have the greatest jumping reach. Tends to be a peripheral figure in the squad. Has shown early signs that he may be on the decline as a player over the last month. Fairly poor intelligence on the soccer pitch. Doesn't enjoy big matches. Gosh, dude. Where do I find that information? Analyst report. Coach report. Okay. So then, Dawes, back me up here. Poor heading ability means he's never likely to be useful in aerial situations. I've seen him score big goals for us in the last few games. Poor technique, especially when striking the ball. Well, we got to work on that, don't we? He's only 24. Fits in well with the majority of the squad, as opposed to that other guy who wasn't going to fit in at all. Natural in a couple of positions. Relishes big matches. I rest my case. And then, what's the last one? Works hard for the team, fair amount of speed, fairly consistent performer. So this guy, Kemp, I'm going to put him on the add to the well, we'll put him on our short list. We already agitated him though. He would walk in and pretty much become our best goalkeeper, or at least our second best. But you know what? Skybet League 1, 17 appearances, allowed 21 goals. He had 5 shutouts. 56 total appearances in his career, 21 goals allowed, 5 shutouts. And that's pretty much it. Ted Can. He's eccentric. I don't know what that means. Eccentricity. Do the unexpected with or without the ball. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll add you to a short list. Let's go to scouting. Can I create a new short list? How to create a new short list. Do 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 do. Hey, Blessed, how's it going? Well, I was able to create one for left wing back. I don't remember how. When I was looking for a left wing back, but then when I go into scouting. But then when I go to the short list up here, it just has short list. It doesn't have left wing back short list. I'm not really sure. Oh, short list here. New short list. I'll probably put one in for each position. We already have one for left wing back, central defender. Right wing back. Central midfielder. Attacking midfielder. Striker. Yeah, I knew I just didn't know where to look for it. Along with the 1,000 other things that I don't know where to look for them in this game. Did you happen to see the VOD, Blessed? The overnight VOD? So he is, I'm going to go in the add to short list goalkeeper. You haven't. Well, let me show you something. Here's a season, here's an overview of the season's finale. We won promotion. We outscored in the last two games. We outscored our opponents 8-2. And the game where we won promotion, let's go. Exactly. The game where we won promotion, we won 3-1. And then the next game, we won 5-1. National League, here we come. They did raise my budget. They pretty much doubled my transfer budget and doubled my payroll budget. But the team is still, the club's in a takeover process. The chairperson, who I guess is the owner of the club, Clark, what's his name? Clark something. Clark Osborne. He's the chairperson. He wants to step down and go to part-time, basically. He's the one that's been in negotiations about selling the club. So as far as I know, he's the owner. They've altered the 5-year plan and still situated off the field without setting any long-term plans. But yeah, it's in a takeover process. So we already had somebody who entered negotiations with Clark about taking over the club. Somebody on the board, I think, Chris Jones. But then he stepped aside. He decided that he didn't want to. It said that there was a disagreement about the valuation of the club. So we had 267 in the bank, and we only have 28,000 in debt. Well, actually, it's more like 56,000. So we could actually pay that off. We're paying interest on it every month. So maybe the bank, the debt that we have, you can't prepay on it. Maybe you just can't pay off the lump sum. But the estimated value of the club is 2.6 million. But this Jones guy said he was disputing it. Joe Rose, let's put you into the goalie short list indefinitely. Yeah, I'm still in the process of doing that. So these are all trialists that came in. But the first two people that I talked to, Sweeney, he would be my best central defender, but he wanted star player. He wanted, I don't know, what was it, 1.2 thousand a week or something. And he wanted to be a star. In fact, I didn't even get past the star player thing. I'm just like, no, I'll make you a regular starter. I'm not making you a star player. Because you know how star players are. He is like about 2.5 stars. So he would come into the team and be my best central defender. But I feel like I can do better just like through I think I can do better just through even loans. So I don't know. Dan Kemp, same thing with him. He wanted to be a star player, although he would come in. Attacking midfielder. He would come in and be my best midfielder, but he had some things like he doesn't enjoy big matches, and my best left side midfielder, he enjoys big matches. He relishes them, it says. He relishes big matches and he shows up in big matches. So I'm like, well, for a half a star, for like a half a star right now, and potentially for a full star, I want somebody who's going to be relishing big matches. So, yeah, he wanted to be, again, Josh Murphy, 3.5 stars, but he's pretty much maxed out his potential because he's 30 years old. So I was looking at this hint file. Goalkeepers generally peak and enjoy their best footballing years between the ages 31 and 35. Defenders between the ages of 27 and 32. Midfielders between the ages 27 and 32. Strikers 26 and 31. So somebody like Josh Murphy, even though he's reached his max potential, he could still be a good player for us. But he's taken several large steps backwards as a player over the last month. I wonder why that is. Is it because he didn't play this year? He didn't play all year. Sky Bet League One, 20th year appearances, no goals. 12 appearances in this championship. Scored 7 goals and about, 32, 40, 60, almost 70 appearances. He scored 7 goals. Yeah, his best years are definitely behind him, I think. Since 12, 35, 40, almost 50 appearances, he scored 5 goals over the last 3 seasons. So I don't think we're going to add him to our short list. Because again, I'll bring him in. He'll want to be a star player. Like, no. Now, this guy is intriguing because of his potential, his ability and his potential, 4.5 stars. But look at all the positions he plays. He's a 30-year-old midfielder, which means he's still got like a year or two. Yeah, midfielders peak between 27 and 32. So he's still got a couple of years, possibly a decent Sky Bet 2 player where we could be in the Sky Bet League 2 next year. By no standard does his stats make him, but every game he's got the most effort. He plays his heart out. I've never seen a player play for the shirt more than this kid. Cool. And that's another thing I've got on my squad, you know. I've got a lot of young players with a lot of current ability and current potential. So let me pick Aaron Scott, 3.5 stars. He's 18 years old. Same thing, plays his heart out. Only 9 determination, but he's got leadership, off the ball, teamwork. Needs to work on dribbling and first touch. But like you said, he played against in our last game against Bath City at a rank 7. 13 appearances, 1 goal, 2 assists. So he's only 18. And he scores goals, wins balls, but his stats are just awful looking. So sometimes it's more about watching how a player plays and not about what their stats say. I got some really well stat players who just don't play with ambition. Makes me frustrated, but they get the big bucks, right? Has work to do in the heading department, can tend to be fickle. Finding it hard to adapt into the core group of the squad, has some technical limitations, must be overcome if he is to progress. Needs to work on becoming more consistent. He's developed further. I mean, right now he's our best midfielder, but this guy is interesting because he can play in so many places. I was going to look though at the reports on him. Poor heading ability, peripheral figure in the squad, early signs he may be on decline as a player over the last month. Fairly selfish player, unlikely to improve in the future. He's a player for most Sky Bet League 2 sides. Agility allows him to get out of tight situations. The pitch, strength and stamina shows a fairly ambitious nature. Determined. And then strength is 7, stamina is 12. Where is ambition? Doesn't say. But again, it'd be nice. I'd be interested in seeing so he didn't play this year for Charlton. He didn't make any appearances. Had a tight thigh 2 years ago. Out for 3 days. But I'd be interested in seeing I mean, most of this stuff is published online right now. You know, how much a player makes, what their contract is like, at least in the very basic, like they're on a, you know, $20,000 a week salary for the next 3 years. I mean, everybody knows that Sterling, Raheem Sterling is on a what $350,000 a week contract with Arsenal. So it'd be interesting if you could go over the contract and look at details, but then look at a history of the contract. Relegation, promoted. Promoted from Sky Bet Championship to playoffs with Huddersfield. So that is so here he was promoted, but he didn't play a game that year for him. And then he went on loan to Bradford City. And then he got released by Huddersfield. Apparently, he went on a free to Lincoln, a free to Swindon, stayed with Swindon for a second year, got 13 goals and 35 appearances, no assists. Yeah, I think for the money he'd be a reach. I think he would be a reach. I'll keep him on my thing. Can if players have a agent, their agent can contact them, right? Hey, Sharu, how's it going? Blessed G-Man, Jar, Koala, Veggie. I'm not an FM streamer, but I am enjoying the game since we since we won automatic promotion. So I will so last year, my first year with Torquay, we had a 10-point deduction for the club going into administration. So every other team started off the season at 0 points. We started off at negative 10 points. We wound up with 90 points. And so we wound up with 80 because of the 10-point deduction. So we wound up on 80 points in sixth place. We were predicted before the season to wind up in like 20th or 21st. And we wound up in sixth place. And we lost in the first round of the playoffs. So this year, my goal was to get automatic promotion. And we did that. So basically, the way the Vanarama National League South works, the team that wins the league, which we did, gets automatic promotion up to the Vanarama National League. And then teams 2 through 7 go into a playoff. And then I'm not sure if, I think both teams go up. Both teams that win the playoffs, I believe, go up to the Vanarama National League. So yeah, so the rules of this league are that if a team goes into administration, which means they have, I don't know why it's not going to let me scroll this. If they go into administration, that means that um, they like they have a negative bank balance, or they can't pay their bills, or they can't pay their players. And so if that happens, then the league steps in and you might get I don't know if it's some type of financial help from the league or whatever to pay your bills, but then the league will deduct points from you. And so that's how we got the negative 10. Okay, Kerry Football Club in Ireland, 2045. So yeah, so right now we've got 267,000 in the bank. We lost money this year because we didn't have like an extended cup run. And teams in these lower divisions, they really rely on a cup run, like the FA Cup, which is the National Football Association's major trophy. So every team in the country goes into the FA Cup run, and you get prize money for every time you win. Well, last year we probably got about between 150 and probably $175,000 in prize money from the FA Cup. But this year we got knocked out in the early rounds, and so we probably only made about 15,000. So that's why this number's down. So, yes, I'm just going through these guys here. I'll keep an eye on him. Hippolyte, again, he would come in as our best left wing back. Or no, central. I'd probably want to train him for up here. I probably can't use him. I'm probably not going to be able to use him because I don't play with three across the middle. I play with central wingers. Yeah, these guys were all on trial. I had these guys all in on trial. So he is a right winger. He again would step in as being my best right winger if we got him. But he actually has maxed out his potential. The only problem is these guys come in and they want to be a star player. It's like, no, I'm not making you a star player because I already have a star player in that position. Um, Attacking midfielder. Again, this guy would be probably one of my best central defenders, but he's 25. Let's see, history. Made 6 appearances, 1633. So like his best years were like 3 years ago. Um, let's see, injuries. So that was a year ago. That was this past October and November. Lack of flair, doesn't feel comfortable playing in big matches. Yeah, see, I want players that want to be in big matches, you know. So probably not going to be interested in him. I mean, he does have some good attributes. Fairly poor intelligence on the soccer pitch. See, it's interesting because they use these terms like intelligence, ambition, stuff like that, but they're not listed under the attributes. So you kind of have to figure what attribute um, contributes to being ambitious, what attribute contributes to being intelligent on the football pitch. Probably something like off the ball. He's only got a 6, and vision. He's only had an 8. Let's see. Yeah, anybody in chat, if you haven't followed, I'd appreciate a follow. Just click on the follow button, and when I come on, you'll see me in the list of your favorite streamers that are coming on. I'll put him in my short list for what? Central midfielder. Dan Blythe, central defender. He's down the pecking order. He is, he'd probably be a good signing for the, what, under 21s? That's the thing. All these guys that came in on loan, every single one of them, he says, I recommend offering him a contract. Let's see, central defender. See, that's all he can do, though. He's a regular starter who could still improve. No, he wouldn't be a regular starter in my team. Maybe in a few years. Wingback on this left or right. He's what, 29 years old? He can also play central defender. Swindon. Just wonder why these teams let these players go. No injuries. They released him on a free transfer. Promoted in Skybet League One with Peterborough. Let's go to coach's report. He may be on the decline. Peripheral figure. Tendency not to get stuck into rough challenges can put his teammates under some pressure. I don't have guys get stuck in anyways. I don't play that way. I just did sign this guy. $550 per week for 2 years. Fairly ambitious nature, consistent performer, gives his all to the cause, works hard for the team, natural in a couple position, decent player for most guys at League 2 squads. Well, let's see. What does he want? It says star player. He's going to want to be a star player. Yeah, ad starting soon. Yes, he wants to be a star player. And how much time does he want? He wants us to strengthen the midfield. And guess what? Let's just remove that from the discussion. Don't come in here and tell me what to do with my midfield. How about if I just drop you down to important player? No. Okay, how much do you want? Yeah, see, no. See ya. Too rich for my blood. If we have a star player, it's not going to be a wing back. It's going to be a striker. Sorry. That's just the thing. They all want star player. Important player who could still improve. Now this guy looks good. Good player, impressive jumping reach, good in the air, fairly consistent, handles himself. Poor technique. For instance, to be a peripheral figure, fairly slow player, can only play in one position right now. Yeah, we'd have to train him in another position. I like players that are flexible. They can play. So, I mean, I'll keep you in my list too, Taylor. Central defender. So that's it for the trial lists. I talked to this guy about a contract. I talked to this guy about a contract. I don't think I talked to this guy. What did we see on him as far as coaches' reports? Important player. So Ryan Schofield, how much are we paying him? Paying him $1,300 a week. He's at 4 stars now, and he can go up to 4.5. This guy could get up to he could get up to 4.5, 5 stars. Wonder how much he would want. You want to see midfield reinforcements, huh? He wants 1.6. Future arrive 3 players should be considered before making any purchases. Okay. I know I'm making these guys upset with me because I'm just asking you, if we're gonna sign you. If we were gonna sign you, what would you want? Monthly financial update. Here's the latest financial information for your attention. Okay, we got $260,000 in the bank. Current financial status is okay. Income this month, $414,000. Expenditures, $281,000. Profit loss this month, $132,000. So what you're telling me, Clark, is we're making money. But he's still on my staff, right? He still stays on my staff as a what's his contract for? Ends in July. He's in here as a goalkeeping coach, though. I don't know why he's here as a goalkeeping coach. He was a central defender. Yeah, everyone wants to be a star. Don't you know it? Important dates in May. 12 trials finish. That's today. Transfer window opens. So, Blessed, what should my transfer strategy be like right away? Because I've got guys are all trialists. They're all going to be leaving. I've got five loanees that are going to be leaving at the end of June. July 1st, July 1st, July 1st, July 30th. Yeah, I'm kind of already doing that. So Ace is retiring. Why is he showing up here? I gotta go back to. Why does Cammy Moore show up here? Oh, because they're selected in the It's selected in the tactics screen. That's why. He is. That's the other thing too. I think I want to try to fill out an under 21 squad. Right. Yeah, that's what I heard is that Vanarama National League and League Two are very similar um, in skill level. And in some instances, players in Vanarama National League are better than players in League Two. Torquay's Bartolo named April's Vanarama National League City Player South Player of the Month. Rutledge gets third place. 4 goals, 1 assist, average rating 7.43. $7.45. So he had also 4 goals, also 1 assist. He had 2 better on his rating. This guy should have won it. His rating was 7.65. Head coach of the month for Weston Supermare. I came in second. Win ratio 80%. Pipped me by 5 percentage points. So, yeah, so I'm already looking at guys that aren't coming back, like Halstead. I think I've already put him on. I think I've already offered him out on a transfer. Dylan De Silva. His broken leg has really hindered his progress. And he is still injured for about 5 weeks to 2 months. So I'm putting him on. I thought I already done this. Hansen is real borderline. I said I was going to do it with any player that was less than 3 stars. Except for like Barnes, he's a youth. Christos is a youth. Krask, he's real borderline too. He's on a contract for another year. So none of these guys have agents. I guess it's because they're in the lower leagues. Booth, 2 stars. It's not going to be good enough for the next level. These guys just are not good enough at this level. Stobbs is already out there. Martin can still improve. Krask, did I already offer him? Yeah, I did. Well, that's that. I'm waiting till the end of the season so I can see my end of season summary. Monthly board performance review. Last season's successes remain fresh in our memories, and our appraisal of your current performance takes that fully into account. Like last season I was like last month I was like A+. I'm down to a B+. Happy with the impact the wing play style has been in recent matches. They are particularly pleased with the quality of pressing on display when this style is in use. However, they are concerned by the number of goals conceded when playing in this way. I got you promotion. Delighted with the financial aspect of the Ryan Schofield signing. Delighted with the financials involved in the deal to bring Finley Armstrong in on loan. Oh, great. Okay, the game is hamstringing me now. The board have placed an embargo upon transfers as a result of the rumors regarding a possible takeover. These restrictions will remain in place until the outcome of any takeover has been resolved. So, when does he tell me that? He tells me that 2 days before the transfer window opens. This was what I used to like to say when I was at work, working in the, business field. I would joke with people. They'd come in and complain to me about management or something. Like, management did this or management did that. And I'm like, I'd say, yeah, it's kind of like this. This is what they do. You see this rug on the floor there? Could you go step on the other end of that rug? They pull the rug out from under you. Just step on the other end of the rug there. And then they bend over, grab this end, and that's what management does. Thanks, Clark. Thanks for telling me. I appreciate it. Okay, consortiums target Torquay takeover. Wow, that's a tongue twister. Consortiums target Torquay takeover today. Torquay United have attracted takeover interest from consortiums backed by Chris Jones and Seb Pepper. Ooh, is that Sergeant Pepper, I think? As well as a further rival group fronted by Callum Downey, who have kicked off proceedings by declaring they will name a new head coach should they prove successful in their efforts to take control of the club. What? Wait. As well as a further rival group who've kicked off proceedings by declaring they will name a new head coach. I got you promoted. What don't you understand about that? You guys were negative 10 points to start last year. You started last year in the most bottom that you could start in the division. And I took you to the playoffs. This year you wanted me to take you back to the playoffs. I got you promoted. Automatic promotion. Downey hinted at the change to Daily Star and what cynics will claim is an early attempt to get the supporters on his side, knowing they are watching the situation develop with great interest. Well, guess what? The supporters are on my side. The Torquay United board have placed an embargo upon transfers as a result of the rumors regarding a possible takeover. These restrictions will remain in place until the outcome of any takeover has been resolved. So guess what I should have been doing for like the last 2 weeks? I should have been buying all these players, signing them to contracts. That's what I should have been doing. Yeah, get the supporters on board. They're already on board with me. I get a B plus with them. Are these people you can't? They're just names in a newspaper article, an AI newspaper article. Well, I'm just going to go on vacation. How about that? Did I do that one? Who signed him to that contract? Did I do that? Wimborne Town and Hartley Whitney make offers for Tully. I have rejected all the offers on behalf of the management as I felt the offers didn't match my valuation of the player. They were going to pay 80 and 90% of his wages, right? There we go. David Beck, loan manager. What's your expertise there, David? Analyzing data, you're a 5. People management, a 4. Judging player, 6. Judging player, 5. Well, guess what, David? Charles Tully needs to go out on loan so he can get more playing time. It's not about how much money we're going to get from him or for him. It's about him getting playing time. Guess what I'm going to do? This may be where this ends. This may be where this ends. Okay, the players come back, I think. The players come back. Dury's on international duty apparently for like the whole month. I think World Cup qualifiers or something. I don't want to go now. I want to wait till the end of the under 18 season. Because I want to try to rework the under 18s and the under 21s teams. Okay, so this is for we got automatic promotion. This is for the next promotion spot. It will go to either Wealdstone or Southend. You can see there are two very even teams. Where's the game being played? Do we know? This means it's being played. This means it's being played. It's probably being played at a neutral spot, right? Three signings sealed. We've officially completed the signings of Killian Campos, Jason Williams, and LaShawn Seeley from Manchester United, Southampton, and Norwich City, respectively, on free transfers. It would be advisable to ask suitable members of the squad if they'd be willing to welcome our new signings to the club to help them settle in successfully. Now, see, why are you guys doing these signings? Player contract discussions. Player contract discussions. Player contract discussions. That's me. I think I already worked it all out, though. I think that's something I already did. 2.5 central defender. So 550 a week, 400 a week, 900 a week. Oh, he wants to be 12. Who are all these people? Francis Clark, for example. Who's Francis Clark? And where did he come from? I just want my new guys to get the numbers they want. It doesn't seem like it matters to them. Yeah, we'll just submit the numbers. Auto number, submit the numbers. Welcome, new signings. I'm going to ask Martin because I put Krask on the transfer list. So I don't think so. Krask to welcome Seeley. Okay. Okay. These guys are supposed to be on vacation. They're not supposed to be back for like almost 2 months. What am I call them and say, yeah, could you come in today uh, to do that for us? Corby Gilroy got his number. Killian Campos wanted 4. Auto number. Submit numbers. Weldstone won. They're going up with us. Here it is. End of season review. We got a couple of achievements. End of season review 2024, 2025. Okay, so could I get those 2 consortiums? Could I get you guys to gather around me on my right and on my left here? And let's look at what we accomplished last year. Let's look at what I accomplished as a head coach with the help of my players, my excellent, excellent players. Okay? Everybody pay attention. Everybody got your popcorn? You got your popcorn? Okay. You got your Cheetos? All right. Let's hold on tight, boys, because this is going to be a roller coaster ride. This is us coming up 2 years ago from the bottom, -10 points, to being automatically promoted to the Vanarama National League. Hold on tight. Here we go. The new arrivals. It was a busy season in the transfer market, and it's safe to say there was some good business done in bringing in key new signings who contributed hugely to the season's successes. You're welcome. Aiden Rutledge. He is our #1 new signing. He is the signing of the season. He had 33 appearances, 3 times as a substitute. He had 27 goals, 6 assists, for an average rating of 7.06. Let's not forget Ryan Glover, who came in on loan. 13 appearances, 18 as a substitute, 7 goals and 7 assists. And our top player of the year, according to his average rating, Will Dawes, who we got from Yeovil. 33 appearances, 5 off the bench, contributed 15 goals, 6 assists, 21 goal participation. Aiden Rutledge 33, and Glover 14. So Aiden Rutledge came to us from Gateshead. The board are delighted with the deal to sign Aiden Rutledge. This is mainly due to getting the player to agree to a lower salary than we would have expected to pay someone of his ability. You're welcome. Okay. That's what it says. Yeah. It says, I don't know if both consortium groups, but the one rival, it said the rival consortium group was the first thing they're going to do is they're going to replace the head coach. Yours truly. They gave us only a C on this one. The player's salary is too high for his place in the squad. He's challenging for player of the year. Excited to see him on loan. Whole deal looks to be very good value for money. A+ on that one. We got a D on this one, mainly due to offering a signing on fee that was too high and could have been reduced. He had 4 goals and 4 assists. Not terrible. We didn't have a lot of players average over 7. Tommy Willard, they like that one because he's a loan. They're delighted to the deal for Schofield. We got him to agree to a lower salary based on his ability. Duru, another loan. Kobe Rowe. Yeah, this is kind of along the lines of Aaron Taylor Sinclair. Quality player for no transfer fees, outstanding piece of business. Well, he's on loan, that's why. That's why there's no transfer fee. Such a large signing on fee could have been avoided. This is mainly due to getting the player to agree to a lower salary than we would have expected. Good value for the money. Good value for the money. So this is a player we just signed. And he's coming up as one of our best signings of the year. Transfers out. Board are pleased with the decision to allow him to leave on a free. We should have got a transfer fee for him. Well, nobody wanted him. So I let him go back home. He wanted to go back home to Poland, I think it was. Ollie Thompson, we released him. Brad Ash, we released him. We're content with the deal to sell Aaron Jarvis. He wanted too much money. I mean, he wanted too much money. Reese Levitt. I had to get rid of Brad Ash. He has had a bad attitude. He always trained badly. He always came into matches with a complacency or not interested. Oh, loans out. Do I have any loans out? Oh, yeah, Neil Collum. Mangotsfield, his average rating 7.27. We're unhappy about the decision to loan him out. I didn't do that. Your director of football did that. Feel he should have commanded a loan fee, but happy to reduce the payroll. He's a center back. Had 6 assists, 7.27 in 33 matches, with 9 coming off the bench. We're getting him back from loan, and he's not going back out again. The season's result. A season to remember. There were scenes of jubilant success for the Gulls, who came to form at the perfect time late in the season. We sure did. What was it? Our last 20 matches, we were 15, 3, and 2. Finding consistent performances to ascend into top spot and claim a most unlikely victory. Yeah, 15, 3, and 2, going back to here. 1st of January. Since the 1st of January, 45 points. Actually 48 because of the 3 draws. 3 ties, draws. How it unfolded. Ford Expectation reached the Vanarama South playoffs. Final position? First. You hear that? You hear that? Final position? First. Average home attendance, second in the league at 3,145. Top goal scorer for Torquay, Aiden Rutledge. We have him locked down to another year contract. The board is pleased. We got an A+. The board is pleased that the team won the Vanarama South this season. There's no doubt that the fine run of results at the end of the season helped us in overachieving. Overachieving? What are you talking about? Don't say that word to my players. Reached the FA Cup proper. We got the 4th qualifying round. Top goal scorer, Aiden Rutledge. The board is disappointed that the team only reached the 4th qualifying round of the FA Cup. However, they can understand that team had a difficult draw. Pivotal match. Maidstone United. Competition results. Oh, we beat Didcot Town. We drew against Poole Town. We won 3-1 against Poole Town in the replay, and we lost 2-0 to Maidstone. English FA Trophy. Be competitive in the FA Trophy. 3rd round. I wish you would tell me how much, if there's a way you can look up how much prize money you got from this. The board is pleased that the team reached the 3rd round of the FA Trophy. Haringey Borough, and we drew against Yeovil Town. We lost on penalties 5-4 to Yeovil Town. Moments to remember. There were times where the fans didn't think it was possible, but some great goals and impressive results made them believe. Biggest win, they say, was 5-1 against Bath City, which was our last game of the season. That was our biggest win? Really? Goal of the season was Kobe Rowe. 5-3 win over Aveley. That was the goal of the season? The finances. It was a successful season on the pitch. However, the club's finances haven't improved over the year. Well, that's your job, isn't it, Clark? Okay, so the club's reputation has not changed over the past season. Why not? We won the league. No new sponsorship deals. No new sponsorship deals this year. Well, something happened because we made 133,000 more in sponsorship this year than last year. Our difference in broadcast revenue was about 1,000. Corporate and hospitality, the difference was about 11,000. Competition prize money that was down like 167,000. Oh, so here's where it tells me, so we made 21,390 in prize money. Last year we made 188,000 because we got into the 4th round of the 4th round proper of the FA Cup. We got a away match at Blackburn, and we lost 3-0, but I think we made like 160,000 gate revenue for that one match. And our match day commercial and retail up was up almost 10,000. Total merchandise sales, non-domestic sales amounting to 122 of this total. So why can't I see what my merchandise, who sold the most shirts and stuff? Okay, how we lined up. We rotated the team a fair amount this season. However, our key players played a major role in how the season turned out. Lewis should be green. He's on a 7. Give him a green. Come on, don't be stingy. So our best 11, even though we had loans, total of 5 loans over the season, our best 11 only included 1 loan, Mande. I'm surprised. Well, not really surprised, I guess, because I used a couple of our loans between midfield and just central midfield and attacking midfield. And then Duru, I'm surprised that Duru didn't get in here because when he came in, he basically replaced Krask. I started using Krask in midfield. So I'm surprised Duru didn't get in here. But, oh well. The accolades. Your hard work and effort paid off on the pitch, and such a feat didn't go unrewarded at our end of season awards ceremony. Nice. Vanarama National League South head coach of the month for January. Vanarama National League South head coach of the month for March. Okay. That must be, yeah, January, February, March, and then halfway through April, that's when I went on that 48-point run. Fans player of the season. So this is our fans, right? So our fans player of the season was Will Dawes, average rating 7.1. Young player of the season, he's only 24. Signing of the season, Aiden Rutledge, at his average rating 7.1. Goal of the season, yeah, I don't buy that. Right. Top goal scorer, 27 goals. So actually, Rutledge came in like only 8 goals less than Jarvis had last year. So Jarvis was there in my first year. And so you could look at that and you say, well, you know, you just kind of lucked into having the best goal scorer because he was there when you started your save. But he wanted too much money. I had to let him go. I replaced him with Rutledge, and Rutledge came in just 8 goals less than Jarvis. So I made a good pick when I picked Aiden Rutledge. And again, he's only 24. Most assists. So I think he set a team record now with 12 assists. Player of the match 8 times. Highest average rating 7.1. Most passes completed per 90 minutes. This is one of my defensive backs. 34-year-old veteran center back. So I don't know if I need to move him on because center backs, they're in their prime up to 32. But look he's 34. He still completed an average of 52 passes per 90 minutes. Yep. Brett McGavin, 12 assists, most assists by a player in a season. Competition awards, none. Why can't I got an award? I got a trophy. I got a trophy. They had a big trophy presentation when we beat Farnborough? 3-1. History in the making. Your hard work and effort paid off on the pitch, and such a feat didn't go unrewarded at the end of the season awards ceremony. It didn't? Cool. Vanarama National League trophy. So that goes into our trophy thing, right? When I click on the trophy thing. Yeah, we won the league by 5 points. So we were promoted and Wheelstone was promoted. This is cool. Torquay owe promotion to a rampant spell of form to finish the season. Nobody could keep pace. Well, all I can hope is that we start that way next year. We keep that going. Head coach timeline. Killian Campos, Torquay set a new club record points. So he set a new club record for points with 91. Saw Torquay memorably win Vanarama South. Big influence with important goals. Getting 9 high potential players is great, but even better when they're for free, which is exactly what Biff Gimble did with. Was this an article or something I can read? No. I'm glad I didn't lose it. I'm glad I didn't click on it. And then it just took me out and I'm like, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, so is this where I can look at like the game of the season or something? Or is that back? Biff Gimble is hired as Torquay's new head coach. Marvin Williams returned as Torquay as a coach. The 5th homegrown youth product to debut for Gimble's Torquay. During Torquay and a free transfer. I don't remember this. We record an impressive FA Cup upset as they defeat Vanarama national team Aldershot 2-1. Yeah, this is the one where so we beat Vanarama national team Aldershot. They were about 30 places above us, I think, at the time in the league. There's no date here, so it'd be nice if there was a date. But then we beat Skybet League 2 team Newport County in the FA Cup 5-0. And they were like 53 places ahead of us in the competition. Let's see, can I drag this? Any Torquay supporters who decided to leave before the end of their side's Vanarama South win over St. Albans will forever regret missing the 91st minute goal that brought them victory. FA Trophy upset. We beat Gateshead 3-1. I think these upsets they're talking about from last year are because we were picked to finish like 20th in the league and we finished in 6th. So as we're climbing up the table, a lot of, the games, some of the games that we won, they considered to be an upset. Another 91st minute winner over Welling. Yep. Aaron Jarvis won Player of the Year award. 34 goals. So yeah, so Aiden Rutledge this year came in 7 short of the 34 goals that Jarvis scored last year. Youth product of debut for us. Gregor Buchanan was hired assistant coach. Right at the end, a 92nd minute goal. Head coach of the month for January. We beat Dartford 3-1. That was my 100th match as the head coach. And we won the Vanarama South. New club record for points in a season. And Killian Campos. Killian Campos must be good. And then that's going to finish it. I had a hard time playing against St. Albans. They always gave me a hard time. You were saying something, Blessed, about how to replay the game of the year or something. I mean, not that I want to sit and watch it, because I really don't. What time is it? Yeah, 12, almost 12:30. Oh, the goal of the season? No, because I don't think that's the goal of the season. I could probably pick out better ones. In fact, thank you very much. In fact, I just saw one of the last 2 games that we won. It was cool because Dawes came in to the far post on a cross. He was at the far post. He's 6'1", and the defender was probably the wingback on the other team is 5'10". He basically just boxed him out, just like in basketball. He just boxed him out and got up and got the header and scored. It was so cool. After he scored it, I'm like, yeah, he's 6'1", but then I looked at the size of the defender who's 5'10". I'm like, yeah, there you go. That's what you do. You box them out, you get your head on the ball, and you score. Yeah, this was a famous win right here. I mean, we destroyed Newport 5-0, and they were like 53 places above us in League Two. And then, so this was I think this was in the 3rd round of the FA Cup, December 2nd, 2023. There was in the 3rd round of the FA Cup. And in the 4th round is when we played Blackburn. And they were 100 places above us in the championship. I believe they were in the championship at the time. And they were like 3rd in the championship. And we lost. We went to their place. We lost 3-0, but we got like $150,000 in gate receipts. So that's how we did so well last year financially. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. They can have them. He's going to be too much for me. He's going to be too much. Oh. So when he was here on trial, I could look at a coach's report. But now I can't because he's not here on trial anymore. Yeah, that's why I didn't want him, because he can only play in one position. He's good in the air, but he has poor technique. Yeah. Total of 20 medals have been awarded based on number of appearances to Torquay players following their Vanarama South success. To qualify for a medal, a player must play in at least one match. Well, I think most of the players that deserve the medals got them. I mean, these are my best forwards right here, my best three forwards. I don't know how to get Lewis Collins scoring more goals. I'm not sure how many he scored last year, but one, two, three, four of the players were loanees. That's cool. I'm glad they got the recognition. Following the completion of the season's best 11, Torquay supporter spokesperson Matthew Poole has proudly announced that 7 players have been considered good enough to enter the Torquay overall best 11. Aidan Rutledge, Aaron Taylor Sinclair, Ryan Glover, Leo Duru, Aloni, Kobe Rowe, Ted Can were the other players selected to become part of Torquay's proud history. Starting 11, Mark Halstead, Finley Krask, well, we can see it here, Halstead, Krask, Taylor Sinclair, Moxie, and then Jarvis, Jarvis, Barnes. Barnes didn't play on the right wing though. That should be Collins. He might have played there. He never played there. That should be Collins. Dawes, McGavin, Jenkins, Davies. He was here last year. Hall. Yeah. I'm forwarding the following news article for your attention. Torquay can reflect on an outstanding campaign in which they defied expectations in being crowned Vanarama National League South champions. Kind of just rolls off the tongue for me anymore. Vanarama National League South. Torquay managed to score the most goals from set pieces in the Vanarama South this season, reflecting the hard work put in on the training pitch. There were scenes of jubilant success for the Gulls, who came to form at the perfect time late in the season, finding consistent performances to ascend into top spot and claim a most unlikely victory. Let's relive the standout moments and one of the best sporting underdog stories of the year. Okay. We've paid out $10,250 to be shared among the squad and coaching staff prorated basis after winning the Vanderbilt South. I wish I hadn't changed that. That's one thing I'll never do again. I will always accept either the middle offer or the higher offer. But because of what my budgets were at the beginning of the year, I'm like, okay, you guys aren't going to get as much money. List. Didn't we already have these guys in? I think we already had these guys in on loan or on. Okay, let's look at the season review then. Oh, we already did this. Can I get out of this? No. Can I save these emails? Is there a way I can save them? That's interesting. You use your youth intake, you never sign players. You just do non-contracts? Yeah, I mean, like you said, Blessed, I think I asked you before if that debuff ever comes off, and you said, yeah, it comes off like the middle of the season. And it did, I think. But that's 23 games in, you know. So this is real interesting. Highest league position, they came in second in third division South, 1956, 1957. I was born in 1956. That's interesting. Lowest league position, sixth. That's where we were last year. Most points in a season, 94. Fewest points, 29. Most league wins in a season this year, 28. Fewest league wins, 5. Most league defeats. Most league goals scored in a season, 106. Vanarama South, that's this year. This is all on my watch. Fewest league goals scored in a season. So yeah, so most points, most league wins, most goals scored in a season. Oh, okay, the only players you can give contracts to in this save file is the youth intake players. So what team are you playing? Attendances. Okay, so this was me. Highest gate receipts, 222,000 versus Newport County, English FA Cup second round, December 2nd, 2023. So that we made 222,000 on that. Oh, so you're doing it at St. Albans. So how many players how often do you get youth intake? I thought that only happened like once a year. But I think my youth intake, I got like maybe a dozen players. So you start out with a team. You start out with a team, but then after you start that team, the next year you can only sign your youth intake players. I think I understand. Biggest win, biggest defeat, highest scoring match, 6-5 versus Bath City. That was on December 10th. You can keep giving contracts to those youth players. Highest transfer fee paid, 75,000 pounds. Wow. Leon Constantine from Peterborough, December 1st, 2004. Highest transfer fee received, 650,000. Mostly goals by a player, 204. Most overall goals by a player in a season. Most league appearances. Highest average rating ever, 7.4, 40 appearances, Aaron Jarvis last year. They had a player who was 41 years and 135 days playing a match in 2000. Most goals by a player in a match, 5, Robin Stubbs. This is the first time I've seen the screen. This is cool. Most assists by a player in a season. So they have this asterisk. Okay, record is only valid from July 3rd, 2023. Oh, okay. So before then, before we started the save on July 3rd, 2023, another player might have had that record. Most shutouts by a player in a season, that was last year. Mark Halstead had 16 shutouts, which again, that's a third of the season. 1 out of every 3 games, because he started most games, was a shutout. Most player of the match awards in the season, 11 last year, Aaron Jarvis. Youngest goal scorer. Most matches won in a row. So that's what those asterisks are. They're just showing me that those basically are my records. That is cool. That's very cool. And that's in my history too, the best 11. Yeah, see, Collins. That wasn't in that screen before. They had David Barnes over there. Maybe because Barnes had a higher average rating. Yeah, he's definitely my best. He's been my best right winger. Dawes my best left. Rutledge. Now this is my best 11 this year. And like I said, Mandy. Well, I'm not even gonna look at this because I can't. I got the embargo. So I want to. I wonder if the game's gonna let me do that. If it's gonna let me readjust. May 10th. Okay, it's May 5th. Bradbury wins Vanarama National League South Player of the Season. Oh man, 24 goals, 3 assists, average rating, voting points, appearances 44. What about Aaron? What about Rutledge? $24 goals in 44 games. Rutledge didn't have that high of a rating. Beckford. Oh, look at that. He had more assists. Rutledge had 24 goals and 6 assists. But his rating wasn't as high. Yeah, see? How can you come in third in this and then win the player of the season? Especially when Aiden Rutledge was critical in us winning the league. Aiden Rutledge finished level, but claimed the runner-up spot by virtue of having the least playing time. What? Yeah, so he scored. Oh, let's look at this. So what you're telling me, he scored 24 goals, had 6 assists, 6 players of the match, and a 7.05 and 37 appearances. It took Ethan Beckford 8 more appearances to get 1 more goal and 1 less assist, with an average rating less than Rutledge. And it took Bradbury, go down here, Bradbury had 7 more appearances, the same number of goals, 3 less assists. That's not right. I mean, he shouldn't be punished by virtue of having the least playing time. He should be rewarded. It took him less time to accomplish what these 2 guys accomplished. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, so you're in it for the long haul with St. Albans. That's your team. But yeah, you're going to be in the So is the board kind of like on with the, um, are they on with the process of, yeah, we're going to be mid-table. We're going to try to be, mid-table for 10 years. Yeah, this isn't right. He made less appearances and got as many goals. He should have won both of these awards. That's something that FM should look at. FM should be FM Sports Interactive should be looking at that. That's not right. He claimed the runner-up spot because he had the least playing time. He had less playing time than Ethan Beckford. Beckford scored one more goal than he did and had one less assist. And Aiden Rutledge had a better average rating. You hope the board is on board, yeah. I hope so. You'll be in the same boat that I'm in when the new ownership comes in. I remember a job I looked at, or a job. Remember a job I had back when I was working, and they had this thing where, you had sick time. You could call in sick. So I call in sick. I, and I would tell them, if you're going to give me sick time, expect me to call in sick when I'm sick. But they had this thing where they tracked when you called in sick. So I had 2 days off in a row. I forget what they were. I think it was Sunday, Monday. 2 days off in a row. And they would track if I called in on a Tuesday or if I called in on a Saturday, because they were tracking if you called in on the day before or the day after a one of your days off, because they wanted to track and see, well, are you calling in to get like 3 days off, and just using it as sick day. So they would track it. So one day, one of the assistant managers calls me up to the office. He's got a big book open, big, huge volume. And he starts talking to me about, we've kind of noticed the pattern with you, Biff. I said, kind of a pattern where you like call in, the day before, the day after your weekend. And he says, we just want to make you aware of that so it doesn't, become a issue. And I'm like, look, I don't schedule getting sick. I get sick. You get sick. Everybody gets sick. But what you're working it out to is that I can only get sick on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Because if I get sick and I have to call in on Tuesday or Saturday, you guys think that I'm trying to get a 3-day weekend out of it. And I never thought of this. But what I should have done, like when I was really sick, is I should have just gone into work. I should have called in and then I should have just gone into work like halfway during the day, sneezing and coughing and like, this is why I'm at home. It's Tuesday. It's the day after my weekend, but this is why I'm home, because I'm sick. But anyways, he said, we don't want it to become a problem. And so we just wanted to make you aware. And I'm like, so what you're telling me is there's only 3 days a week that I can call in sick. He's like, yeah. He's like, well, I'm kind of in the same boat. And I'm like, I don't want to hear about your problem. You're telling me I have a problem. Don't start telling me that. Yeah, don't start moaning to me. Yeah, they're watching me too. And I'm like, you're calling me up here. You're the manager calling me up here to do this. Um, and then there was another thing too that he included in that. Oh, I think this is what it was, kind of something that triggered it. And I guess I asked him for an instance, and he gave one to me. And I told him, I said, look, I had an emergency dental situation where I had to, it was something about a crown or something where they were going to have to put a crown in. So I had an emergency dental situation where I had to go in and get that done. And I called the dentist and they said, this is the only day we can do this in the next 2-3 weeks. And I was in pain. So I said, okay. So I went to work the night. I scheduled it for I think it was like a week later. I went in, I told my manager, I said, I have to go. I'm not going to be here on that day. I wouldn't tell him. I wouldn't go in and say, can I have the day off, please? Because my tooth really hurts. And the dentist said they've only got one day where they can fix it for me. Can I please have the day off? No, I would go in there and I tell him, I'm not going to be here on that day. I need to get my tooth fixed. I didn't say, can I have the day off? I'm letting you know, I will not be here. And so I went in, I told my manager, I'm not going to be here on that day. It was and I think it was a day before or after, my weekend. And she was like, well, you're going to have to find somebody to cover your shift because I've already written that schedule and I can't change it now. And the first thought that goes through my head is, you're just being lazy. You just don't want to change it. Got that a lot over my career in business. Managers just being lazy, middle management just being lazy. Yeah, I can't change the schedule, so you'll have to find somebody to cover your shift for you because I said, I'm not going to be here. I'm letting you know I'm not going to be here. She said, you'll have to find somebody to cover your shift or you have to call in sick. I'm like, okay, I'll call in sick. So when the manager called me up to his office, he said, this is becoming a problem. I said, your manager told me I needed to take this time off to get an emergency medical situation taken care of. It was becoming an emergency. I was in pain. Your manager told me to call in. So don't talk to me about it. You talk to your manager about it and tell her to quit telling people to call in. She could make it a lot easier on her employees and be a lot more proactive and a lot more helping employees. What's the word I want to use? Being a lot more, anyways, if she would just change the schedule to accommodate people that have a situation like this. Don't come talking to me about calling in sick when she told me to call in sick. And he's like, oh, okay. All right. Well, we just want to let you know about this, potential thing. And I'm like, talk to your managers. Tell your managers what they need to do. Tell them to do their job. And if somebody needs a day off, get them the day off. He's like, oh. Now at that point, I'd probably been with the company for I don't know, 20, 25 years. But I'm like, BS. BS. I used to, you get that from managers and stuff. You get that from corporations and stuff. But it's like, I used to tell people this all the time. People would come to me. I was actually a employee representative at one point, and people would come to me and they'd ask me, "What do I do? I got to do this. I got to do that. Or what do I do?" I tell them, "Well, what does the handbook say?" "Well, the handbook says this," and I'm like, "Well, that's what the handbook says. Then That's what management has to do. That's an agreement that we have with management, about how they're supposed to treat us and how we're supposed to treat them and how we're supposed to show up for work every day and work hard. And they have obligations on their end. And I just tell them, what does the handbook say? And when I throw that up to managers and say, what does the handbook say? They'd be like, oh, well, yeah, yeah, uh-huh. But I love doing that to managers. I love doing that. Just like, don't come complaining to me and telling me you're going to do this or write me up or something because had to call in sick when your manager told me to call in sick. I love doing that stuff, man. That was my bread and butter. Oh, let's see. Coach of the season shortlist announced. The 10-man shortlist for the Vanarama National League South head coach of the season award is announced today. Warriors voted the best coach in the Vanarama League South. Each head coach voted 1 point. Head coaches are not permitted to vote for themselves. As the head coach of Torquay United, you have been invited to cast your vote. You have until Sunday, May 11th to do so. The following candidates are thought to be among the front runners for the award. John Askey. Well, guess what? I'm not voting for John Askey. Look at my winning ratio. So I don't know if it's you, Blessed, that told me this, but somebody told me they always vote for the least likely person to win the award. So yeah, I had the best winning percentage. So that's going to be who? Steve Tilson. Are you familiar with Steve at St. Albans? Yeah, let's confirm that. Staff meeting? Yeah, I guess. I'm going to sign him to a new contract. He needs a loan move. No, I don't want to put him on a loan move because he's one of my reserve center forwards. Yeah, put him on the loan list. That's fine. That's fine. But not Barnes. Okay, we'll remove him from the transfer list. Ready for Torquay soccer despite being so young, but because he might not play as often this season. Making him available for under 21s also makes sense. He might be playing some games for me. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to move most of these players. That's why I'm waiting for under 18 season to be over, because I'm going to try to move most or all of these players up to the under 21 squad and then just filter them down into the under 18s as I can, or maybe not even have an under 18 squad this year, just having the senior team and under 21 team, or under 21 team. Let's move on. So is there a rule? Is there a rule on, so you've got the senior team, under 21, under 18. Is there a rule who can play on an under 21 squad? Can a 15-year-old play? I guess they can because you have like 16, 17-year-olds playing for the senior team. That happens all the time, right? Yeah. Asa Hall is retiring in about a month and a half. I know. I'd love to be able to have Duru. Maybe we could get him on loan again. He's been here for that long. He's been here for 2 years. Same with him. I'd take him for another year. Brett McGavin. Look at this guy, man. He's 18 years old. I got some good players in that intake. He's a capable sports scientist. No, because I already know. I've already got all the sports scientists that I can use. So schedule after meeting. I've already got one sports scientist. I got one of sports, head of sports science. So I'm not going to be hiring any more sports scientists. Is he going to be our record starting? Is he going to be our record? He doesn't enjoy big matches. He played pretty well in big matches, from what I can recall. He's a 4.5 star. 2,500 a week. Doesn't have an agent. Sell on fee percentage. Relegation release clause. No, I don't want to do that. Minimum fee release clause. Okay. Season landmark goals. Goal bonus 20 goals. So that's about 500 per goal. 25 goals. So this is total, right? So the seasonal landmark goal bonus means once he reaches 20 goals, he gets a $10,000 bonus. Once he reaches 25, he gets another 2.6K bonus. So 1, 2, 3, 4. How about 2,000? Okay. See, I'm willing to pay that. I'm willing to pay a $10,000 bonus. It's about $500 a goal. So that'd be about $1,000 a goal. So how about if I took this off? Just remove that and just say, yeah, hit 20 goals. You get $500 per goal. I don't think he's going to go for this. And I don't want to make him mad. Relegation release clause. What does that mean? A clause which allows the player to leave the club for a predetermined value should the club be relegated. So this is something the player would have to pay the club? So this is something. So this would be, oh, right, for that price, right? Well, gosh, man, I don't want to get relegated this year. Right. About 450. Promotion salary raise. So that would be like another what, $600 if we went up into the National League, League Two. This is pretty common though. I think another player wanted something like this. Oh, he added one, 30 goals. He increased this one. Come on, dude. Don't do that to me. You increased this one. So am I nickel and diming here, blessed? Oh, am I nickel and diming him here by trying to negotiate all this? Okay, we offered him a new contract. Sports scientist? No, I've already got a sports scientist. Sports scientist? Not unless you come in with like a 10 or a 12. No. Thanks for coming by, guys. After evaluating the youth candidates, I recommend we sign the following players to add quality to the youth team. All youth candidates will stay at the club and continue to train with the youth team until their trial contracts expire. Now, see, I'm not going to sign these guys because they're only 3-star potential. I mean, how old is this guy? 16. I mean, they would fill out the under 18 squad. Now, in this situation, this guy says his potential is 2.5 stars. Now, that could go up, right? That could go up. That's kind of like the estimate. The head of youth development estimate, but it could go down too. I'm assuming. Right-sided fullback, Mike Johnson. He could be the next Collins. It could go up. He's already got acceleration, fitness, and pace, or acceleration, agility, and pace. Determination 7. That's kind of what I'm looking for over here. Determination 14. Well, that's good. Johnson 7. Stewart 12. Determination 15. So I think we can offer him a contract. Youngster, 60 a week, 2 years. Let's do that. And then this guy will also offer him. He's a 12 determination. 60 a week. Okonkwo, he's a 14 determination. Let's offer him one. He wants to be a future prospect. Blessed, I don't know if you were here yesterday, but I signed a player to a contract and the player kept balking at some of the stuff that I wanted. And so what I did is I set it back after he balked on it. He changed his thing. Actually, it was his agent that was there, I think. I was negotiating with his agent, and the agent was balking and he kept bumping up what the player wanted. I kept putting it back a little bit. So what I did is the last time I put it back to I think I just reset it, I think, to what I wanted. And then I increased his fee from like $300 to $350. He took it. He agreed to the deal. I'm like, well, what'll happen if I just put these benchmarks back to where they were, what I want for the player, but I give the agent some more money, and the agent took it. Now, Mike Johnson, he's 16. He's only got 7 determination. You know what? Let's offer him a contract too, because guess what? He's happy with that. That's pretty much exactly what I offered to, who's the last guy I did, Okonkwo? All right, champion Torquay season stats. Forwarding the following news article for your attention. Torquay remarkably crowned champions of the Van Rush this week. Look at this. Wow. Expected goals per game, 1.91, first. Goals per game, 2.3, first. Shots on target per game, 6.5, first. Set piece goals scored, 28, first. Fouls against per game, 11.3, third. Dribbles, fourth. Expected goals against, fifth. Average possession, sixth. Nice. Monthly loans summary, loan stats summary. Can't recall from loan, but as soon as I get him back, I'm going to keep him. There's been no offers, no clubs willing to make an offer for Jack Stobbs at this time. Ebbsfleet aren't prepared to make an offer while the asking price remains as it is. I don't have any asking price. There is no asking price. Let's try to loan him out again, or transfer him out. We've not specified an initial fee. Is that good or bad? I heard it was good. Transfer value is 60. Now he's going to come to me. He's going to tell me, that's too high. Well, I know Halstead, his contract's up, I think, at the end of this year. Transfer value is 0. So I think Halstead, I'm just going to have to let him his contract expire at the end of June. Dylan De Silva. I could offer him out on loan, I guess. Trying to remember. Proportion of the player's salary to be paid by the loaning club. Yeah, I want the club to pay all of it. Whoever gets him on loan is the loaning club. He's got pretty good determination. He mostly played in defensive midfield. He's 24. He's only 2.5 stars. I think I'm doing that right. Here's a press update on how things are progressing regarding a potential new board at the club. A consortium led by Torquay-based investor Chris Jones has successfully completed a takeover of Torquay United. What? Replacing former chairperson Clark Osborne. Uh-oh, is this where I lose my job? No. Jones revealed that he was delighted by the deal and indicated that he wanted to make a difference for the fans at Plainmoor. Jones saw off competition from a rival consortium led by Seb Pepper in his successful quest to seize control of the club in what was a competitive takeover process. Seize control? Uh-oh. They make extra transfer funds available. Okay. This is a big moment here, folks. Torquay has been sold. The Torquay base investor, Chris Jones, has taken over Torquay United. Now, Chris Jones has a personal message from me, for me. Owner status, loves the club. Division, Vanarama National League South. No, we're in the Vanarama National League now. I want to thank you for your patience during what has undoubtedly been a stressful time for everyone involved with the club. Some $350,000 has been pumped into the club's coffers, and a new transfer budget has been calculated. Director Chris Rich has left the club following the takeover. His replacement on the new board will be Director Ty Eisted. Oh, hi, Chris. Thank you. In the wake of recent developments, the board would like to discuss making some changes to the club's long-term vision and outline our expectations both for the next season and the years ahead. The club will be competing in 3 competitions next season: the Vanarama National League, the English FA Cup, the English FA Trophy. The board culture: make the most of set pieces. They're delighted so far. Play high-tempo, pressing soccer. They're delighted so far. Play attacking soccer. Reserving judgment. Play entertaining soccer. It just got real. Blessed. It just got real. The teams will be expected to play expansive and attractive soccer to keep the fans entertained. Do you really think this is the way that you should be asking for these things when we're going up to a higher division? Yeah, I can agree to these things, but no, you want me to play attacking soccer, you want me to play. I mean, I was playing attacking soccer basically. Work within payroll budget is required. Grow the club's reputation. They're actually satisfied with that so far. Maximum 1-year contracts for players over the age of 33. Avoid relegation from Vanarama National. That's what they required me last year to do. And then my contract expires next year. Can I get a new contract? Become an established Vanarama national team. Required by the end of, so this would be 25-26 by the end of the 26-27 season. By the end of the 27-28 season, record a Vanarama national top half finish. And then maintain a top half finish. Board lift transfer embargo. The board are pleased to announce the club is once more in a position to operate in the transfer market. The embargo had been imposed until speculation regarding the recent takeover had been resolved. I'm pleased to announce a new transfer budget as a result of the takeover. $95,000. But what's the wage budget? That's double. This is about 5 times the amount that I had my first 2 years here. My payroll's gone up to, it was 40,000. But I can move some of this over into payroll also. Currently spending 30,000, committed spending 25,000. Now, see, I was told that the payroll just includes players. It doesn't include staff. I wonder if I can get some new staff in. So now, does this mean that we're going to be listed now? We're still listed in Vanarama National League South. Okay, so we got more money. I got to agree. I will do my best at playing attacking soccer and entertaining soccer. I'm just going to agree. I'm not going to fight with them. They'll say, okay, so under 18s. I have a chat with Marvin Williams with some comments to make regarding Lee Ji-hoon's progression. He's 2.5 stars. Proved a lot as a player over the last 2 months, slightly improving technique and first touch, has benefited from individual training focus, progressing well in training, has performed especially well in training lately, and is showing an improvement in his game. Appointment of Tommy Widrington as their new head coach. Hey, Tommy, welcome to Vanarama National South. No offers for 4 players. Ebbsfleet are rumored to be interested in Stobbs. Okay. So let's offer Stobbs to Ebbsfleet. You know what? They're not going to offer 50,000 for him when all I could get last year for Aaron Jarvis was 17,000. Hey, David, don't go offering all of our players out, okay? Don't go offering all of our players out. So where David Beck, okay. I'm going to take control of that. Thank you. He's our number 1 under 18 goalkeeper, I think. Actually, Jordan Tornianen is. Bundaberg. I need to get going. This game is. I think I'm just finding this game can be very addictive. Right. It's so easy. You just have your thumb on the keyboard and just keep pressing your thumb down. Scott showing pleasing progress. He is. I mean, I think he's gone up almost two full stars this year. Is that because of his determination? He's only 9. Maybe his ambition. That's got to be under information, right? Attributes. Oh yeah. What's our dynamics look like? Good. Very good. Very good. So now I have a McGowan and a McGavin, right? Where is he? Yeah, McGavin. McGavin and McGowan. Ads are starting in 3 minutes. Sign the contract. So we got Rutledge. Then we also have Sealy. We got Sealy for 900 per week for 3 years. He's going to be coming to me though soon and saying, I want a new contract. I'm better than Rutledge. Now, see, that's interesting. So he did have a release clause of 200,000. Now it's 95. But I mean, if somebody wants to pay 95 for him, I've got the new kid in who's actually a little bit has a little bit more potential than Rutledge does. So yeah, I mean, they doubled my transfer budget. My payroll budget's about where it was, but now I've got a scouting budget. I think I know a little bit better how to manage my scouting team so they don't go ham on me again like they did last year. Um, okay, the 10th. So now we have this under 18s game. I watched Torquay United's under 18s emerged victorious against Northampton Town under 18s at Seal Hayne this afternoon. Francis Clark was the team's top performer. 8.2. So it seems like there was a long time between games. Yeah, there's like 2 weeks in between games here, 2 weeks in between games here. And it seemed like earlier in the season they were coming like fast. Yeah, like this here. There's only 3 days between, 3 days between these two games. 2 weeks between these two games. It's weird. The defensive midfielder bagged the only goal of the game late on the round of his performance, providing a perfect finish to an excellent team move by scoring a shot placed from 21 yards. Yeah, so at the end of this season, I'm going to move a lot of these guys up to the under 21 team. I've noticed that the trial contracts of the following Torquay youth candidates are set to expire. I recommend actions are marked in the attachment. Don't offer a contract. Okay. Owen Andrew, 15-year-old goalkeeper. What's his determination like? He's got determination at 12. I mean, maybe just to fill out the under 18. Determination 15. They've all got determination. I mean, it seems to me like at least we could fill out the squad, you know? Be $60 a week. Farnborough signed Molden. Yeah, looks pretty good. If I had had that money, if I had that 95,000 or that where I could have moved more money over into my payroll if I had known that. The same with this guy. Oh well. Why does it say matches up here? What is this, a friendly or something? English FA Trophy. Oh, this is for the title? 1-0. Won the FA Trophy. Scouting update. So how much would it cost me to sign him? He's better than Will Dawes. Let's see, Will Dawes was 3 stars. Yeah, current ability. So why does it say over here that he's 2.5 stars? I don't get that. So he's just telling me here that he set for release notification. You know, I love these guys who can play like all these different positions. He's wanted by Kidderminster and AFC filed. Well, at least on this screen here, it tells you what you're going to be expecting as far as how much they're going to ask for. "18 years old, extensive knowledge." He's a striker. We just signed a striker. Yeah, I'm going to sleep on that. In fact, I'm going to sleep on the rest of this. I'm going to go to bed. No games tonight, but we did look at our. We did get a board takeover. They gave us. This is like 5 times the amount of transfer budget that we had last year. It's twice the payroll that we had last year. I could ask the board for a. I could ask the board for a contract extension. So we have $1 million in the bank. So maybe this will be another Wrexham. Who knows? But for now, it's going to be me signing off. Let's see who is in here. Blessed Pop and Woof. Okay, guys, I'm going to head out. Thanks for watching. It's been a long night. I'm tired. It's been an eventful night. Signing some players in. Here we go again. I'm not going to hit continue though. But I want to look and see after we have these players in. So right now, in the senior squad, we have. Well, I know these aren't all in the senior squad. Because we have 31 in the senior squad. How many are down in the under 18s? $33. So that's 64. So we sign in a few more players and we could potentially get a senior squad of like 25, an under 26 of 25, and an under 18 of 25. So that's what we're going to focus on tomorrow. So we have this game here. And so this will be the last game of the season for the under 20, the under 18s. Okay, so that was yesterday. We had that 1-0 win. then this one, and then so on after that game, I'm going to adjust the squads. And then we'll pretty much be finding out what we need for the next season. Okay, that's going to do it for me. What did I do there? That's weird. I'm pressing buttons on my Stream Deck, and it's activating something in my menu here. Well, that is kind of strange. Well, how about if I go to my inbox? Oh, see, now it doesn't do it. Now it works. What page was I on? Schedule? No, it doesn't do it now. Best camera spots. Now it's not doing it. That's weird. Maybe because I had my mouse up here, my cursor. No, that's weird. I gotta be careful. I don't want to delete my save or something. That's weird. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. I'm going to save this one more time. Come down here. Thanks for watching, everybody. I really appreciate it. Oh, got some work to do. Organizing these teams. We're still in the Vanarama National League South, so I don't know when that changes, when that kicks over. And I don't know if there's like any prize money or anything that the winning team gets, or if they just get medals. Yeah, we gave 20 of you a medal. We couldn't afford any more than that. So just take your medal and be happy. Leave us alone. So yeah, so next time we'll work this out, splitting up the teams and trying to get that organized and try to get a schedule for under 21s for next year, for senior team, under 21s and under 18s for next year. And get those players that really need that under 18 experience, get them starting to be developed. And a lot of times this year, I got the coaches were telling me, this guy needs to move up to the under 21 team. Well, I don't really have an under 21 team because it's a long story, but the only reason I got that under 21 team is because the previous board, every time I asked for something, they said no, rejected. So I thought, well, I just went through the list and I'm like, well, let me ask them for an under 21 team then, if I can create an under 21 team. And I asked them, and sure enough, they came back and said, yeah, you can create an under 21 team. We don't have any money to put players in there, but now I do because I've got that transfer budget. I can move that transfer money over into payroll and get that team going. So gets coaches and stuff hired and all that stuff. So then we'll have a proper hierarchy of under 18s can move up to under 21, under 21s can move up to a senior squad, all that stuff. So anyways, so that's going to do it for me, guys. Thanks for watching. Appreciate everybody. Blessed Pop Wolf. Thanks for coming in. And yep, you're welcome, Blessed. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you next time. Wherever you are. Thanks. Thanks, Blessed. Wherever you are in the wide world, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night, put yourself in a position to be blessed and be blessed. And we'll see you next time. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Thanks.